Just want to make sure I don't have any static in my microphone. All right, sounds fine. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully today is just as successful as yesterday was. We're still going to use the same style strategy where we go in low and hopefully add in. So I feel like we have several spots that we can potentially look at this morning. We have the overnight lows sitting up at the 60s. You know, maybe wait for a break of those lows to move back higher. And we also had news this morning, which I didn't even check because usually I like to watch the news. Even if I don't participate, I still like to watch the price action. So we have over news at this data high up to 70s. So, which we talked about that last Friday, but unfortunately it didn't happen until the next following yesterday. So, we will just have to wait and see. And see, we also have a little bit of a fair value gap sitting up here, so could easily fill that back in. First trade this morning, I may try to take a trade above the VWAP. I guess, you know, yesterday the VWAP was paying pretty well. Uh, Not quite a 100-point move. Well, I guess we've had a 100-point move since the news. We're already kind of pumping. I hope it doesn't move too early. That's the worst whenever the market starts moving like before the market opens, because I hate jumping in pre-market. We've had a lot of support in this area around here, the 200. So maybe above this range here is where I may start looking for long. As you can see, we touched this area a few times here before moving down. We got multiple points out of this zone, even all the way back till yesterday. See, just keep it simple. Keep it simple, guys. Yeah, I definitely feel like I left a lot of points on the board yesterday. I feel like I papered hand one of the my best trades yesterday. Kind of disappointing. And I think I was just kind of scared of the chop yesterday. I thought we were kind of having that Friday moment where we just kind of traded in a 30-point zone. And that seems like the trend recently. We just kind of start out the morning in a small zone, then we have to wait about 2 hours before breakout. I like that the VWAP is holding up. I'm hoping that we can, once the market opens, unfortunately, we'll have to probably sit through the up and down for a few minutes because I hate jumping in the market within the first 15 minutes. I try not to do it. I'm not saying I won't, but I'm not really a big fan of it. I just feel like it's so choppy. I feel like the best moves are after that 15-minute opening candle. Usually, most of the time, you can kind of get a direction, which that yesterday, as you saw, yesterday was not the case. We pulled 30, 40 points below the 15-minute opening gap, then reversed and went up 100 points, I think. So we got paid on both ends of the 15-minute opening gap yesterday. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. As you can see, we're still finding support around this VWAP and the 200 moving average. Get some a little bit more areas marked out. I mean, we do have this huge move overnight that so it's kind of hard to say where we're going today. Which, you know, usually in my case, I don't care which way we go as long as we're able to find entries. All right, guys. So we got about 2 minutes left open. Good luck to everyone this morning. I take most of my trades on the 2-minute candle. So, all right. So if you're just joining us this morning, we have the overnight lows. This is this level right here. This is our overnight lows. Maybe we see a push down to the overnight lows for continue back up. For our highs up today for destination, we have a data high sitting up at 270, and data highs like to get ran. So I usually don't ever have a bias if we're bull or, you know, bear. I just kind of play what the market offers. If this wasn't the opening trade, I'd really like to get long above this VWAP, but it's so hard for me to do that during the first 10, 15 minutes just because of the volatility that we can get, because it could easily go up 20 points and come back down 30 points. So I feel the safer is just to let the market just kind of calm itself down, pick a direction, then look for entry. Don't get me wrong, I've traded the opening market and I've had luck in the past, but I just feel like it was almost borderline gambling because I really wasn't getting entries. It was just me jumping in. All right. So if we do jump in, we're just going to be jumping in with one micro starting out and try to add to our position. Just remember, we only need 1-2 good trades a day. All right, less than 10 seconds. And it is a holiday tomorrow. We could start off as a dud. If you're also just joining us, this square box right here is the 15-minute opening range indicator, where it marks out the 15-minute opening range for me. I like the ES is pushing up. I like that we're above this VWAP here at the 46.47, which just seems been kind of the trend where it seems like every day we open that the NASDAQ and the ES are on the opposite sides of the VWAP starting out in the morning. Recently, it's been the VWAP, I mean, not the VWAP, the ES on the lower end and the NASDAQ on the higher end. All right, getting a. I like it that we're above the VWAP. Just maybe see that. I like to see us above this 13 for possible long here. We've had a lot of consolidation in this area. ES wants that 50. I mean, the ES is still looking bullish. ES is pumping. Kind of waiting to see what this next candle has to offer. Got about 30, 40 seconds. I like the fact that the ES is pushing. I like that. Oh, the ES is looking strong. The NASDAQ is looking weak. It's like, come on, NASDAQ, let's catch up. Wow, the ES is just going.
Order filled.
Oh no. The ES looks so weak right now. That's why. Wow. The ES is still looking kind of weak. All right, so it looks like it's going to come back and stop us out at the VWAP. All right, so we lost $10 on that trade. See how weak the NASDAQ looks this morning? It's just... Wow. All right, so it looks like the ES is starting to look a little weaker now. It looks like it's finally slowing down. Wow. So if you're just joining us, we're in and around 1 micro, then going to add to our position once we're in the plus, which... Maybe bring the ES back to the 50s. This way we can kind of close that overnight. Whew. So that was kind of like a data high bounce off of this. No hurries this morning, guys. We're going to still be looking for some more entries. I got to make sure my copy trade is working properly. No, it's not. I'm glad I looked. I'd have been mad if that... Huh. For some reason, my copy trader wasn't working this morning. Just be careful taking shorts here because the ES is still moving up. The dollar's moving down. I mean, the dollar is still pumping. Man. Wow. I feel like the ES is just getting ready for a big breakout too. Because, I mean, the ES is just going. Going to wait for us to get back above the pivot before I look for my long, not pivot, the VWAP. Good morning, guys. I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the charts, not even looking at the chat over here. How are you doing today, Nick and Amber? Key Amber? Someone's got loud commercials. Almost next stage of the AXI. Oh, okay. How have you been doing, Nick? Have you been doing good? There was apparently a 1 hour pivot at the 90s. I don't think I had it marked though. All right, so we are kind of at that so we did touch the bottom of that 15-minute opening range gap, or just 15-minute opening range candle. Nice. So over on the ES, we're finally starting to push back down. We got below those data highs from earlier at the 50s. All right. So we're sitting at the bottom of that 15-minute opening range. Most of the time, if we break below that, most of the time you'll get, that's kind of the movement of the market most of the time. Not quite yesterday, but I mean, for me, no trade zone ATM. Yeah, I really don't want to see it look for a trade until at least we maybe break this overnight lows. Then maybe we can get our push back up. We have data highs sitting way back up here at the 250, well, 270s. Wow, it just we have a 1 hour pivot at the 90s. Let's see. All right, so Man, that was a trappy ass candle. All right, here's that overnight lows. Our next pivot down is at the 121s. I'm really not going to think too much about a short. Yeah, it feels super trappy at this moment. I kind of like to see the ES get back below our VWAP here and get both markets on both sides, or have the NASDAQ push back up. So we almost touched the overnight lows. Yeah, it's been pretty tough trading. Probably the first hour or two. This is the third day that we've had this kind of movement in the market. Going back to last Friday, where we traded in the zone for the first hour or two, the same as what this morning. So this is the third day that this is the kind of price action we've gotten on the Nasdaq. So if you are gonna, to me trading this, I'm going in light. So if it is a failed trade and we do get the wrong direction, it's not going to cost us very much. Yeah, I would prefer us to be above this 190. Apparently, there's a pivot on this 190 over here on the 1 hour chart. And there's been a lot of support in this area. I mean, a lot of bouncing going on too. I like that the 50s is holding on the ES, so maybe the NASDAQ can finally start moving too. Just kind of watching the ES to see what we're going to do over here. Good morning, trader. It makes me nervous to trying to get long right below the VWAP. Yeah, definitely a slow start this morning. I feel like this is kind of what Monday or last Friday was. Monday's been. So that was the VWAP touch. Let's see if we can get above that guy there. Got 20 seconds for this next candle to print. It lost all of its mojo, guys. We also have a little news coming out in a couple minutes. It may only, I don't think it's a huge market mover, but it could move it either way 10, 20 points, though. Yeah, I'm not going to long into the VWAP. I would like to see us get above it a little bit. The ES is losing that data high too, so it's pushing back. And we still didn't touch those data lows. I like that we found a little. All right, so we finally got a new hour chart. Let's see what we're going to get with this hour chart. I'm hoping the hour starts moving up here. The only thing is we do have some huge fair value gaps on the 1 hour charts. I mean, we got basically 160 point freaking hourly chart. We're still just kind of being patient. If we do enter a trade, it's going to probably be entering on 1 micro. So we'll go in with super low risk, maybe risk like $20 at the most to see if we do get the right direction. I like the fact that this opening range, hopefully, if this opening range can hold, it's usually a good indicator that we are going to move down. But if it doesn't, don't really know what's going to happen. This type of movement is just best to just sit here and watch price action, save your accounts, unless you're fairly good at scalping. Or if you're into trading the range. So if you're trading, if we move down to the 60s, you're looking to move back up to the 10s or vice versa. I guess you'll be like considered trading the blah 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 the that can't even say the word consolidation box. And we also have a holiday tomorrow, a federal holiday. So just remember the markets won't be open tomorrow, but futures will be open till noon. Trader, have you taken any trades this morning, or are you still just kind of sitting on your hands? You're long on the ES. What time did you get long? It seemed like we only moved for a little bit, then shoot, for the last, almost since 35 after we've been in this area. We haven't moved a lot. All right, we got an hourly chart pumping, so good sign. We get the ES moving and the NASDAQ above that VWAP, you know. Well, maybe we can get it to work out. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for longs myself. It's just, I'm just trying to find a good entry without trying to risk a lot. So now we got the ES pushing down. I want to see us get above the VWAP with confidence. The hour chart's on a green candle moving up. Yeah, I didn't really look at the entry earlier. You know me, I hate doing the getting into like serious trades when the market first opened. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. We're within 10 points of the VWAP. Yeah, I need to get better at trading the ES as far as like entries and stuff go. I'm moving up with a little bit of confidence above the ES. I mean the VWAP. Hopefully we don't push too hard on this candle. You know, maybe we can look for a printed candle above the VWAP. And there's no guarantees that these VWAP trades will work. They're usually more positive than negative. It's still not, it's definitely not pushing with any confidence. Holy crap. I like that the hourly chart looks like it wants to pump. Yeah, this is the area that we need to really push too strong is up here. This is where we've had a lot of bouncing at. See, in this area here. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good entry for myself here. I just hate that we're not moving with convincing. You know, it's kind of like we're struggling to get through this area. I tried a small long here earlier. I think we took like a $10 loss or something. No, nothing big. But we just kind of lost all of our momentum as soon as we hit the 210s. I mean, as you can see, I mean, we're still struggling. So it looks like the ES is struggling to get above that 55. Oh. I mean, I like that we printed, but it was a weak print. All right, let's see what happens. We get above here. Look at that. We bounced right off that 210. I just hope it offers me an entry and doesn't just go like a rocket ship, you know, it just hits it and goes like you don't even have time to enter. Then you're just kind of jumping in. Let's see what happens at this 10 area again. Yeah, if I can stay within 15, 20 points of the ES is kind of what, I mean, of the VWAP is kind of what I would like. So this 210 is where I'm kind of looking at, and this is where we've been just kind of bouncing a lot. So we're testing it once again. I mean, look how many times we've tested this 210 area. We've tested it a lot, all the way back to the left of us, too. All right, so we're about to have another candle print. That's good. I like that we're printing above the VWAP. I mean, we got a massive green candle on the 1 hour. So, I mean, so far, I mean, looking pretty positive.
Order filled.
All right. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to put our stop loss at the VWAP down here at this previous 2-minute candle. And if it stops us out, the most that we're willing to lose is probably what, $16 on this trade until we're able to add to it.
Stop filled.
Okay. So we entered that trade on small amounts, so we just lost $13 just off the VWAP, just in case it does continue pushing back. So what I've been doing is I started doing this yesterday, enter my trade on 1 micro. Then once we get moving in the right direction, I will add to it. Lately, that's been kind of my luck, probably entering 1 candle too early. Whew. This has been definitely tough to find some entries. Wow. Freaking 1 hour candle is just the bottom dropped out of it. Man, they just want to trap in every direction. You feel like a breakout's coming and it just pulls back in. Reel it back in, guys. Reel it back in. It's so hard to jump in this with the ES not moving. What? Well, no good follow through. So until we can break this area, this is the area I want to see broken. Then maybe we can look for a short. Overnight lows is down here in the 50s. Kind of mark that out pre-market. So just kind of give us a preference. Most of the time we like to retrace the overnight lows and highs. Guys, these fake breakouts are kind of mind-boggling. If so, the reason why I'm calling it breakouts, I've been trying to like focus on getting bigger moves lately instead of just focusing on these small scalping moves. Trader, did you get out of your longs already? Maybe we're going. All right, the VWAP is finally. So now we're at the back at the bottom of this 15 minutes. All right, a little bit of bounce out of that area. Looks like sometimes it is a little bit fake out below that, but all right. I like that we're pushing the VWAP.
Order filled.
Let's see. Let's see if we can go back down to the lows with the VWAP here. We won't give it very much room. We'll just go to the top of this previous candle. So we're just risking $10 again to see if we can.
Order filled.
I don't like that we lost all of our momentum there. That sucks. Come on. Wow, it's going to come back and get us again. Not really feeling confident about this trade. Looks like we're kind of lost our momentum. The ES is pushing back up to the VWAP. So all right.
Stop filled.
All right, so we'll have to switch accounts again. Yeah, it's definitely tough. I thought we were definitely going to run at least down to the overnight, and we just reverse like nobody's business. I mean, we did come up and hit the. So we are back above the VWAP. That's good. Not good for my short while ago, but we're back above it. Uh, I I haven't really marked out any 1 hour fair value gaps this morning. I do look at them on my other chart over here. Only reason why I trade on the 2 minutes, I like to follow the 2 minute candle when moving my entry up and follow the 2 minute candles. which we do sometimes mark out. If we can think about it, we do mark out the inversion trade. So, like, this is on the 2 minute here. So you would possibly look for a long if you got above this inversion play here. Then I don't usually ever show the 1 hour chart too much on here. Wow. Do we try another entry here just to see?
Order filled.
So we'll be in this. You've been nervous holding, dude. That's why I've been just jumping in with low risk. These are risk. I mean, dude, this whole morning's just been risky trades. So I'd definitely be careful if you're jumping in heavy. So the most that I'll lose on this trade is probably what, 2 times 13, $26 is what I'll lose on this trade if it comes back and gets us. And I'm just going to put it at the bottom of this fair value gap just to see if this fair value gap will hold. Holy crap.
Stop filled.
Man, we just cannot pick the right direction today. It's just been one of those mornings for us. Where's your long from, trader? Oh, you're long from the 53? Oh, okay. I know one thing, the VWAP has not paid for me today like it did yesterday. So far, we're finding a little support at the 90s here. Wow, I feel like we've already started the holiday. So there is a 1 hour pivot sitting at that 90. So hopefully we should find some support there. Maybe we can finally start moving up. Oh, goodness. Let's see here. So we know how this goes. It'll be like this probably the most of the morning. Then when we finally get a move, we're tired of sitting here. Then we get off. Then it's like the market goes up 200 points. Just kind of marked out the consolidation box, the area that we've been just kind of chopping in. So the reason why I do this, just to make sure I don't jump in any shorts down here inside this box until we start breaking out of this box. Unless it just goes completely without us. All right, so we are at the bottom of this consolidation area box. So What's your you're not still holding that NASDAQ long, are you, trader from the 90s? Or did you go in light? Oh, you're out. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a tough hold, man. Today is the day to definitely be practicing risk management. If you are going to enter trades, just enter them light. Don't enter them heavy. Then, if you do finally like the way the directions go, then add to your trade. You said you don't do the suicide mission, so you didn't enter heavy there. All right, we're dipping our toes out of that. All right, we're at overnight lows. And we also have quite a bit of a consolidation around the 47 on the ES. As you can see, kind of look back to your left, you can see we've kind of hit off this area quite a bit. So just be careful with a reversal here. If we can stay below the VWAP on the ES, that's kind of what I wait for if we're going to continue down here. All right, we're pushing. So this is also a 2-minute gap right here on this 2 minute. So kind of want to see if this gap's going to fail. So we're struggling to get back above the VWAP. So maybe this is a sign that we finally start selling off. I think we're making lower highs over here. We got this pivot down at the 21s. Let's see what we're doing here. No. Hopefully we don't sit here this whole time, wait for a move, and we finally miss it. So the ES is starting to definitely push down. The ES can get below that 47. There should be no reason for it to just sell off pretty hard. All right, so we're kind of at that 47. Ugh. Oh my goodness. I like that we're not bouncing back up into the consolidation box, that we are finally starting to push through it. And this also kind of goes hands in hands with the 15-minute opening range. Most of the time, if we are below this 15-minute opening range, that's kind of like your range of the day for most part. Whew. Definitely no entries yet. I've tried a few longs some earlier and none of them kind of worked out. We just try to keep our losses to the minimum. And this way we can easily get it back. So basically what it is, there's a lot of support at this 47 on the VWAP. If you kind of go to our left, you can see that we bounced off this area multiple times overnight. Now, I do like the way that the ES and NASDAQ are finally starting to line up as far as the VWAP goes. They're both slightly underneath the VWAP. So, like this morning, the ES looked really strong. The NASDAQ was pretty much weak most of the morning. We're trying to get through that 47. I mean, we are moving down, so I mean, you would think that we would eventually sell off. It just depends on if you got enough patience to wait through it. I like the ES is starting to look like a strong push down. I just hope it doesn't go without us, where it doesn't really offer us an entry. We got this pivot down at the 20s here. I mean, none of these 2-minute candles are getting reversed on, so I like that too. So I use the 2-minute candles as my stop losses. So like, let's just say I entered here, I put my stop loss there. As you can see, it never went back up to touch it. Then I would have moved it down with this printed candle. I mean, it looks like it wants to. May jump in for a little bit of a tester with one eval.
Order filled.
And just put my stop loss right there at the top of this candle here. So we need this 47 to hold. Godly, it's like, oh, let me move that down. I can move that down a little farther. So basically, I'm just playing the 2-minute candles off of each other. Oof. If this 57 does not hold us down, we might have to jump back out again because, I mean, so the reason why we entered it a little bit on the risky side, we're only in it for 1 micro. So the most that we can lose is 20 bucks. Then if the trade can finally get moving in the right direction, we will add to it. All right, so it looks like this is going to probably be another losing trade. We're losing that 47 again on the NASDAQ over here.
Stop
All
failed.
right. So that was a $18 losing trade there. So this is something I've been trying new recently where I enter a little bit more risky trades with 1 micro and then we'll add 5 or 6 micros to it once we get going in the right direction. So we kind of know that this area is either going to be the bottom or where we sell off at. Get rid of this box real quick. So if this line right here holds up where the 15-minute ends, we'll still be looking for shorts. But once we start pushing back up into the 15 minutes and goes toward the top, then you can kind of, reverse your, your direction for the, at the moment. Excuse me, guys. So we are definitely not finding the entries as good as we were, they were happening yesterday. Today's the entries are a little bit tougher. And that's because we're in this consolidation loan area. I was really hoping that we were going to finally get the breakout of that consolidation box for us to move lower. Man, don't tell me we were one candle early, guys. That's going to suck. That's going to suck crappy. Oh, dang it. I feel like I'm just going to be sitting here just watching. What do y'all think? Oh, well. It's already going. Son of a bee. That's sometimes our luck. We always enter one candle too soon. Wow, look at that. Mm. Do we attempt the short again?
Order
We'll
failed.
try it one more time. We'll just won't give it a lot of running room. We'll just risk $20 and see if we can finally get a trade down to the 20s. Like I said, we're just jumping in on one micro again. So definitely not a lot of risk here. Oh, my goodness. I hate that we just pretty much lost all of our momentum here at the bottom. We're trying to just give it a little time and see if it will push down. If we start moving back up, we may just go ahead and exit this trade based on what the ES is doing. If the ES looks like it wants to get back above that 57, we'll probably kill the trade. And this way we just kind of minimize our losses here. Yeah, I don't like to look at it. The fact that we made triple highs here. Hey, Angel. Was hoping to get a short pull back down to this pivot down here in the 20s. Don't know if that's going to happen. Let me look to the left of us and see if we have anything that's down this way. Looks like we're going in a different direction. We're just going to leave just take what little profits it gives us, just effective.
Stop filled.
All right. We just left on our ATM strategy. This way it just follows it down. This way we can just get out of this trade a little sooner. I just like the fact that we just didn't have it just stopped at the 40s. And we'll just look for our next entry to try to get back to break even. And so that's why I didn't add to that. I just didn't feel like we were confidently going to move all the way down to the 20s. It's like we're just struggling to get away from the 47 areas. We've had tons of, I brought this up a while ago. We got tons of support back here in this area on the ES. Looks like you're on a little bit early this morning, Angel. Congratulations if you were able to hold that trade off of this move down. I just didn't feel comfortable holding. I think it's because I've already taken one losing trade. It's kind of like I got in one candle too early. So that's doing that is what made me change my decision on how to enter my trades as far as entering in heavy. Now I try to enter in as light as possible, and it didn't really offer me an opportunity to add without basically adding on momentum. I'm hoping we can bounce off this pivot area and maybe run back to the data highs, because we still have data highs sitting way back up there at the 270s. Wow, that was a nice little bounce off the 25 there. Angel, would you jump in at the bottom there around that pivot? Let's see. We have the VWAP 50 points up there. If the ES could get above the VWAP, shoot, could possibly entertain a long. Oh, so you did get in around the pivot down there, Angel, at the 20 something? Uh, ooh. Angel, what is your exit on that trade? What are you looking for us to move up to if you're long already? Just to the 60s? Oh, back to the bottom of the consolidation box. Okay. Yeah, that looks like a good area. We've been struggling at that 60s for a good while. Then plus, we've also been struggling here at the 47s. So very, very reasonable to get back up to the 60s. So is this kind of where you go up there? Hopefully, we get through the 60s, find support, and maybe we look for a short back down to the lows. Good morning, Baldwin. All right, we're approaching the lows from earlier, around the 60s. We're just kind of waiting to see if the 47 is going to hold. Whew. Nice play, Angel. I think you're right at the 60s. Did you get the 60s? I don't know if you ended it earlier or not, but I like how it pretty much just stopped there at the 60s, kind of what you were talking about, Angel. Maybe we can look for a short going back in the other direction. Nice. Kind of waiting, gonna see what this candle offers. If I can just hold on to this 2-minute candle here. Yeah, I'm looking on this next possible candle here.
Order filled.
All right. We're just going to use the 2-minute candle. This way it just kind of limits our risk in case we're just picking the wrong direction here. I don't know if this 2-minute candle is going to hold here. Oh. So that was just $12 we lost on that entry there. So what we'd like to see here is this for this 2-minute gap. Maybe if this gap holds, we can kind of get back in this entry going south. I like the fact that this gap hold up here. This was basically the top of that 2-minute fair value gap there. We may try it short again, see what we can get.
Order filled.
We'll try it again. We'll just put it at the top of this gap here. And we will add to it if we do continue short. So it looks like we're risking about $20, $30, 20 something dollars on this move here. Just kind of watching the ES to the side of us just to make sure the ES stays down. Because if ES starts going, the ES has to hold this area for us to stay down. If it doesn't, we're probably going to move back up. We'll just put it right above this fair value gap there. That's kind of where our stop loss is. So we're in it for 13 times 2 is $26. So if we lose the trade, we just lose 26 bucks. If we start getting ahead, we can get ahead about 5 or 6 handles and we'll try to add to it. Still looking kind of weak. Sounds like Nutty's over there talking to the charts for us. I guess he got in a short too. Actually, I think most everybody's in a short, aren't they? Nutty's in a short. Methodical Man's in a short. Everybody's shorting. There's nothing worse when you get in a move and you got to sit here and consolidate for a few minutes to kind of, figure out which direction we're going to go. Oh crap! Be aware of the London close. So we could get some sharp movement here at 10:30. Sometimes we get movement when the London closes. I definitely wouldn't be over leveraged over there. I don't sweat it because I'm just in for 1 micro. So, you know, I'm risking $20. Come on, Nutty's over there talking to it for us, man. He's talking it up. Come on. Maybe we'll hedge it. We'll put a funded account and go along with it. So if we do go longs, no big deal. We can just cut this trade and be out of it for less than $20, and we'll still only be down 60 to 70 something dollars for the day, which is very recoverable. So if I was trading this last weekend, I would have entered most of these trades with 5 to 7 micros, and I would already be down $200. But doing it this way, I'm able to enter trades and stay in the trades and not sweat it if we do take losing trades. So I think Nutty and Methodical Man got out, so maybe that's a sign for us to go down now. They did the old, they left the trade, and so now we'll reverse, possibly. And this also helps you work on patience, staying in a trade. If you enter and you don't really have a lot of risk, as soon as we start losing that 47, 48 area on the ES, we will definitely hop out of this trade. All right. Hmm. I don't like the fact that we're losing the 47s. That worries me a little bit on the ES over here because this is that strong liquidity area where we've been building. I mean, it's given me plenty of opportunities to get out of this trade. We just didn't. All right, so we're losing at 47, so not a good sign. So let's just see what this next candle does unless we run. We got about 15 seconds left on this 2-minute candle. If we start printing higher, that's more like we are going to continue higher. All right. All right, we're going to end this trade. Just being a little bit more patience.
Order
All right.
filled.
We took a $15 loss on that particular one this morning. Should have took your advice on that one, trader. If Nutty's short, we better be going long. I think it was Crypto's the one that said that he always hedges Nutty's trades. He said every time, whatever Nutty goes, he goes the opposite. I don't know why. I think Nutty gets payouts and stuff, so he has to be doing good somewhere. Hmm. We do have a 2-minute fair value gap right here. So now we're just kind of looking to see if the ES can get above the VWAP. Wow. Starting to look kind of roundy again. All right, we're approaching that VWAP again on the ES. Maybe look for another long if we can get above the VWAP and see if we can get some of our profit back. And we can definitely push up to the 80s. That's the bottom of that 15-minute gap there. All right, so let's see what this 2-minute candle has to offer right here. We got about 10 seconds left on it. I hate the fact that the ES just looks stuck.
Order filled.
We may try it again just to see if we can get up here to this spot right here first. It could have been going better. I've been entering on low targets today. Not low targets, but I've been entering just like on 1 micros today.
Target filled.
I did not want to go any farther than this 80, just the fact that that's at the bottom of that 15-minute range. So I thought we would get some kind of reaction there. So that's why I just put my stop loss there. So far we're down $64 on our eval here. And so what are we doing? We've been entering more aggressive moves. More aggressive moves on 1 micro to just try to get the right direction picked, then add to our entry. And this way we can take more losing trades and you're not sitting here all stressed out because you're in, 5, 6, 7, 8 micros.
Stop filled.
Yeah, it just seemed like after last Friday, I thought I was like, I had to change something because, I hate when, let's say if you don't make much on a previous trade, it takes one trade to mess up your whole day or, mess up your account for the day. And I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to get better at risk management. That's always kind of plagued me. The risk management of trades. And the last couple of days, this seems to be working because you got to think, I've probably taken 3 losing trades for a total, maybe 4 losing trades for a total of $64 loss on this account here. And so what I'm doing is I like to try to get as close as to either the bottom or top as I can. No, because I only got 1 micro when I'm entering, and I'm trying to add 5 to 6 more micros into the trade once I know where we will break areas. I didn't really feel confident that we would get back above this 80 because this is the bottom of the 15-minute opening range. This is why I had it kind of marked out for, just for references. As you can see, look, we didn't hit this 15-minute opening range probably three times, 4 times already. And so we would definitely need to get above this for us to look for longs. So we can kind of remove the overnight lows. Yeah, I would take partials once I started adding to it. I mean, you literally could almost play the bottom of that 15-minute range for aggressive entry. Yeah, so last week, the way that I have been recently doing my I guess entries Cal, is I would enter with 7 or 8 micros, and then I would take 5 micros off at 20 ticks and try to leave a 2 or 3 or 1, whatever I felt like it could go, a runner. But now I've kind of just did a reverse where I enter on 1 micro, then just add to it. I guess Nutty's having an early day today too. Wow, that was a nice little bounce off that 15-minute closing range. It has definitely been a pretty confusing market for how I like to trade. Kind of see how the ES has moved back above the VWAP here, then the NASDAQ is below it. And I'm not really a big fan of trading these when they're on opposite sides of the VWAP. For long, I'm not going to look for another long until we're above inside this 15-minute opening range. If that's the play that's going to be offered. Oh. One good trade should get us back into the green. And that'll be finding an entry, then adding 4 or 5 micros to it for at least 5 points. Then that'll put us back in the green for the day. Trader, have you taken any more trades today? Kyle, did you ever start trading an eval, or are you still trading your sim account? Small long and closed it. Okay. Did you close it once we hit the bottom of that 15-minute opening range? Once we got up here, I entered around a little under above a 70, and I didn't think we would get much farther than this line here. Okay. Well, just make sure you look and see who's offering the cheapest eval is what I would do, just because, you're just starting out. I wouldn't get no expensive one. I would either just wait for either Apex or Bulanox. I think right now Bulanox has the cheaper evals at 80%, 83% off. Um, and I'm not sure about Apex because I haven't bought any more Apex evals. Yeah, that's a nice win rate as long as your win loss risk management is good. Like, that's something that I would struggle with. Like, I could have a good win rate, but I wasn't doing good with risk management. So, I could have, say, 5 winning trades, but then, I wouldn't have the guts, or, I wouldn't close my trades out, and I'd let it come back and, stop me out, and it would ruin my whole like 2 days worth of good trading. And so this is why I decided to go this route this week with entering small and to add large, because I did that on Friday where on an eval I was up, and unfortunately I ended up blowing it just because once I took that first initial loss, I was like, screw it, we're just going to go in heavy and try to get it back. And we lost it there too. I pretty much do the things I tell myself not to do. Okay. That's not bad if you're doing a one for one. If we can get above this 15-minute opening range, I may try to look for a long and use that as my support since we've been bouncing off this area a lot. We'll just jump in with 1 micro. Use our first test up here at the 20s, which I know we're going to struggle to get through this VWAP. I like the fact that the ES is above the VWAP, and it looks like it's trying to find some strengths to move higher. But I like to get a candle print above this 180 first. And we're definitely going to run into some resistance up here. No, not really. I think just starting out, I would just try to do it as cheap as possible. That way, you're not really out a lot of money, because anybody that trades prop firms, man, you're going to blow evals, you're going to blow funded accounts, especially in the beginning. Like, I've probably gone through quite a few evals. I think I'm in the 20s now, but this is over probably 2 years or a year and a half. I would try to at least, like, stick for $20, the most that you'll be risking up front, or under 30. No. Yeah, under 30 bucks. That's usually about the average when Apex and Bulinox is running, like they're 80 to 90% off. 80% off, it's usually in the 20s, and the 90% off is usually in the teens. So right now we have 3 funded accounts that we're trading still. All right, so I like this push above the 80s. Let's see if we can at least get this candle to print and not be faked out just because we're pushing above it. Yeah, I'm hoping around the holidays. A lot of times around the holidays, they like release that special. So I'm thinking maybe around the 4th of July. I mean, they may do something for Juneteenth, but I'm not sure. That's a fairly new federal holiday in America. I think it's always been a holiday celebrated amongst the black community here in America. But just a year or 2 ago, I think they finally made it a federal holiday where they recognize it as a federal holiday. But heck, at the end of the day, I think only federal people get the day off. So it's not like it's a day that, most people get off work. Or I'm not sure if they pay for it. At least I've never worked at a job where they pay for it. All right, so we're printing above it. Maybe we can get above this. All right, I like that strong push above that 80. So if you jumped in now, I could be out $16. Use that bottom of that 15-minute gap as my stop loss.
Order
All right.
filled.
All right, so we're in for 1 micro. We got our stop loss right below this 15-minute opening range on the 15-minute. And we're going to look for a move back up. I'm going to wait for this next candle to print to see if I want to add to this position or not. Kind of see what this next candle has to offer before we just jump in. Then maybe use the VWAP as our stop loss area. We got above there and we just kind of lost all of our momentum here. And I think there's also a pivot on the 1 hour chart. I forgot about that too. Let me switch over to this 1 hour chart real quick over here. The 1 hour chart looks like it's green, so it looks like it wants to push. I feel like that 20 is definitely a target here. That's our next internal swing here. So 20s is definitely, I feel like, a good target. I swear, guys, there hadn't been a single trade we got in today where we had to either sit through, draw down, or just, it's like we just lose all of our momentum up here. We also have a gap right here in this 2-minute candle. And this is on an eval, so we're not trading funded accounts at the moment. All right, so we got finally print above the VWAP. All right, kind of a little pullback to test the 200 in VWAP here. All right, another VWAP test. Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually 2. That's not 20. All right, so we're about to get a new candle here.
Stop filled.
No, what just happened? We're just going to put it right below the VWAP there.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Hopefully this didn't get back below the VWAP. This has almost been every trade today. We have not had any good like follow through. It seems like every time we enter, we always get entries have been horrible today. Maybe put it right there. I love that swing. We start losing that VWAP, then we may start getting a little nervous there. All right, we need to see some green on this candle here, guys. I'm just trying to keep from getting wicked because I still feel like we want to move higher. It's just didn't want to come down and get wicked out of this trade, then it go up. All right, so looks like we're losing the VWAP. That's not.
Order canceled.
Duh. All right, so I guess we're going to be done trading Apex for the day. So this is how we finished on Apex today. We'll just switch over to Bulanox. We lost $200 on this eval here, and I took an off-screen trade earlier, so we're up 200 again on this account here. So we're going to switch over to Bulanox. I was trying to move my stop loss down to this gap here. I thought maybe this area right here. There's a fair value gap right here, and I didn't know if it wanted to fill it. Let me make sure I select the right account. 17. So with Bulinox, we do have two accounts with Bulinox. One of them we have a funded account, and the other one is just the eval that we're trading, and we're up $291 on it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't look at your thing, Cal. Yeah, if the 71% ends tomorrow, that means they could up it to 80%. Trust me, if I wasn't streaming today, I probably would already walked away because it's been a crappy trading day for me as far as entries go. Wow, look at this crazy sell off. Did anybody jump into this short here from the 2000s? Nice, Angel. You should have slapped my hand like, no, Husk, don't go long. Like, no, bad Husk, bad. Oh man. We're not going to try the long for the second time. We've already tried it once. Where'd you enter at, Angel? Excuse me. 95s. Nice entry. So what is your what zone do you have marked out now? Like what is your zone? Are you using from 95 to 55 maybe? Is that kind of like your zone area? So, let's see here. Okay, basically where I have this marked out here. Okay. Yeah, that is I guess definitely something that we've been looking, still working on as far as the zone trades go. It seemed lately it's kind of a hit and miss. I'm definitely not consistent, being very consistent. I hear like a fan. Methodical man, is that you with the fan on? No, I think that was Joey stream with the fan. Yep. It's killing me today. Holy crap. The thing fell off the wall. Methodical man rage quit over there, guys. He must have raged. His internet went down. He pulled the plug. So we pretty much lost all volume as soon as we hit the 70s. I need to get better at taking trades off these zone areas. So I know that's something that Angel was doing in our lobby. He's taking zone trades where we push down to a previous support zone, and he'll take the trade from zone to zone until it fails. Oh goodness. Angel, did you are you still holding the 67, or did that scare you out when it pushed back up to the 80s? Still on. Nice. I might have got a little nervous there on that pullback to the 80s. But I do like the fact that it's below that 15-minute opening range. Sorry about that. Nice. Nice trade off the bottom of the 15-minute again. So we're just going to be a little bit more patient on our next entry. We've already taken quite a few losers, some winners this morning. So it's been basically like a 50-50 kite morning. Just give me a minute. I'm checking something over here. Sorry about that. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, this is the lunch hour, so this could be kind of all we get as far as movement goes for a little bit. We'll just have to sit through probably slow price action for a little while. So I'm not really taking any trades right now. It's just because I just figure we'll just be in a consolidation zone for a little bit because we're just in the lunch hour. We're probably going to have to wait till probably after the 1 o'clock hour before we start seeing some movement. Maybe a good time to take a coffee break. Is there anybody else in trade still besides Angel? I think Angel might have closed his out. I think he looks like he got close to that 67 range. I'm trying to stretch it out so I can see. Not quite to that 67. Not sure if he's holding till 67 all the way. All right, so we're finally once again, this has been resistance. Most of the time, we do not push back above this 15-minute opening gap. If we do, it's a struggle. It's kind of like here. I kind of feel like I got fooled. I thought we were finally push back above the 15-minute opening range, but as you can see, we only made it about halfway up before we pull back. So just be careful of the fake out if you are going to enter. Was over here looking at this other prop firm that Methodical Man was talking about while we're just kind of moving around slow. We don't really have a lot of movement right now. Probably not the best time to enter a trade if in this chop. So today's been kind of like another 50-50 trading day for me as far as the money goes. We were down in our Apex eval, but we were up in our 250 funded. Then we switched over to our Bulanox. So right now we're trading our Bulanox eval. So the accounts that we have with Bulanox is we have one account that's funded with Bulanox, or I need to pay for the funded account, I guess what you can say, but it's over the level that it needs to be. Then the other account is eval. I kind of bought the last day of their 90% off that they had last week. I just haven't traded on it a lot. Hopefully, most of you guys are having positive trading days. Just remember the market's probably not going to have a lot of volume tomorrow. Tomorrow is a federal holiday for the US. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people won't be trading. I don't think I'll be trading tomorrow. I have to help with something at home. I figure since the market's probably going to be slow, there's not a lot of movement. I don't think there's going to be a lot of other people on. I think Methodical Man said he's going to be trading tomorrow. I'm not sure if he'll be trading the whole morning. I know the market closes at noon tomorrow. Man. Was kind of looking at this other prop firm that I heard Methodical Man talk about, fast track trading, where it's just instant funding. You don't have to go through the evals. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Trade. I mean, Angel, did you ever find you another prop firm to use? Or are you still using what is that called? Profit U? Are you still using Profit U prop firm? Okay, you profit. They have this other prop firm that I heard a methodical man talking about where you can it's like a one-time fee and you're automatically funded. So you don't have to go through that what is that called? Through that eval process. I mean, definitely a little bit more risky if you're not trading consistently. It's called a fast track profit. Wait, I just had it pulled up. I was over here looking at it. Oh, it's called fast track trading. Sorry, fast track trading. I was just kind of over here just looking at some of their stuff while we were consolidating, just out of curiosity. And this is where it says, what does instant funding mean? It says instant funding refers to a trading model where it does not include any eval or combines of practice steps of any kind. So, what are they asking to do? Oh, I don't really know a lot about them. I mean, this is the first time I've ever looked at it. I only heard a methodical man over there talking about them. So, usually with like Apex and Bulanox, like if you get funded, you pay that like, $85 to $130 activation fee for your funded account. With them, once you pay your activation fee, you're funded. So you don't have to go through that eval process with Bulanox and like you do Bulanox and Apex. But I probably wouldn't recommend it to anybody that blows up evals a lot because that can get kind of pricey to blow up funded accounts over and over. But I don't know any of their other rules. I haven't really looked over it that much. I just was just kind of glancing at it. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about maybe trying them out down the road. In a few minutes, I might go grab me some coffee since we're just kind of sitting here watching chopping sideways price action. I'm not in any position right now. We're not taking any trades on any more funded accounts today. I was blessed enough to get my profit back on my funded account today because we did take $100 something loss on that one 250K, but we were able to get it back. So I think what I'll do here is if I get close to another Bulanox where I have to pay for one of their funded accounts, I think I'm gonna go with these guys instead. I think Methodical Man has a few people in his lobby using them. You talking about Apex is not good? Apex? I don't know. I mean, I really well, I guess as far as their whatchamacallit, we did have issues with them for the last week and a half with their Ripnik issues. I haven't really had no issues with them as far as, my stuff goes, besides the mess ups with Ripniks over the last week and a half. I started using Apex just because, and Bulanox just because they were pretty much the cheaper of the prop firms to use without risking a lot of money starting out trading. Until you're like become a really consistent trader, I definitely try to stay as cheap as you can. So this way, if you have bad days, you're not getting frustrated when you do have bad days trading because, everybody's going to go through bad days, blown accounts. It's a little bit more manageable to lose $30, $20 instead of, all your money. Or if you don't even feel comfortable doing that, maybe just continue trading your sim account. I've done that myself whenever I've gone through different stages of strategy where I feel like my strategy, I don't really know because I really have never really had any issues with them. The only issues that I've ever had with Apex and Bulanox is whenever Riptix is messing up. I think as long as you follow their rules and guidelines, you're okay. The only issue I see with you trading Apex and Bulanox is that 30% what is it? Like where you only can make 30% of the count size. So I'd have to bust out a calculator because I can't do that in my head at the moment. Uh, so like let's say if you're trading a $25,000 account, the most that you can make is basically $500 a day to stay under that 30%. Or, if you're using the bigger ones, that's why a lot of people I think like those 250Ks is the amount of money that you can make in one day. Because you'd go either 6,000 or 15,000 times 30%. So yeah, you can make two, three, $4,000 with those 250Ks, which I'm hoping they bring that special back because a lot of people like that. All right, for instance, so with the 50K, what's that? 3,000 times 30. So, for instance, if you had a 50K with Apex or Bulanox, you only could make $900 a day profit starting out. So that's the only downsides I see to you trading them since you are looking for those bigger moves. And that's definitely something I've been working on lately. I've been trying to get bigger and better trades, but I just haven't got consistent at it. I mean, I can scalp some of this stuff, but I'm not trying to scalp. I've been trying to get away from that. So that's why I haven't been doing as many of those inversion trades lately. Yeah, that's nice right there. Excuse me, guys. All right, so it looks like we're finally starting to move back up. Man, voice is a little rash at the moment. We're a little early to the game, guys. Man, look at that. That crap hit about 1 o'clock too. I feel like we missed that entry. Like entry kind of caught me off guard. I didn't expect us to move up that quick. No hurries, guys. No hurries. Don't copy methodical. Nice little run up. If anybody was able to capitalize on that, 40-point move up. I'm sorry, I got this sidetracked it over here. I think it's because I'm not really looking for another trade in on my funded account, and we are on a Bulanox funded right now, not funded, but eval, and we just don't want to risk any of our profits. So because we kind of got down on our Apex eval today. And they may be a bond auction today. I'm not positive, so you might have to wait till that. Yeah, 2 minutes. So we might get some reaction. Sounds like a methodical man might be jumping in on this bond auction here. We might be able to do one of those trades where we can see it pull down, touch, then maybe take a trade back up to the data high. Let me make sure I'm on there. Yeah, I just had to make sure I was on the right one. It sucked to take a trade on minis when you're thinking you're taking a trade on micros and you're accidentally on minis. Hmm. Let me turn off this. I did not like having this on. I had that on there earlier and it did not work out very well. And we still have these morning highs from this news this morning. So this would be your data high sitting up at 270s. This is kind of where I thought we would run today, which, also thought that last Friday and it didn't happen until Monday. So kind of missed out on that. That is so many funded accounts. That's mind boggling. How's everyone else's trading going today? Is everybody else having a fairly good day? We may try to dabble with the long here. Yeah, it's been tough on some of these consolidation areas. This is why I've decided just to end on small size. I almost want to take a play off this VWAP and see if we can finally get the run to the highs today. I would think we'd at least run these data highs. This was kind of like from a data high while ago from that bond auction. So we could possibly push back above the tens. We're kind of in the same area above the VWAP on the ES and NASDAQ. So I mean, if you are considered entering, just don't over leverage. It's like it doesn't have a lot of volume to it. Woo, man, the ES is going. But the ES needs to get above this 55 area. That's where we've been running into some resistance on the 55, 56 area. It's this area here that's been holding us down all morning, these 10s. So even entering here is a little risky. But but even if you could just get in between the 10s and the 20s, I mean, we have the possible running into the 50s. Then if we reach the 50s, there's no reason why we can't go to the 70s. And this is that data high from this morning. Long again from 81. Okay, nice. Hey, that was a nice nice entry 81s because you're right above that consolidation box. I like that we're finding support at this area here. The Sabo box, I know. We've been getting a lot of those Sabo boxes recently. We've been getting flooded with them. Some are bigger than others, but they're still boxes. I mean, technically, we still are in this oversized consolidation box. I mean, this has pretty much been our trading since 7 o'clock this morning. I mean, we dipped a toe out, but we came right back in. Oh my goodness. So technically, you probably are not gonna feel comfortable about long until you really start pushing back into this direction. Oh goodness. All right, I have the hour chart right here above me. What's I don't guess I know what Adam's favorite setup is. Oh goodness. Oh, the failed breakdown. Oh, you're talking about where we failed to break down past the 50 to move higher? Yeah, I mean, that's been definitely a trend. Trader G, how many of those $4 Bulinox that you bought a couple weeks ago? Did you get any of those that funded? I can't remember what you had told me with those. I know quite a few people were talking about those, but I never did purchase any. Hey, there's nothing better than YOLO and $4 accounts. I would have done the same thing. So I'm not laughing. I'm just, kind of laughing with you because I would have done the same thing. It's almost hard not to YOLO those things. If the evals cost $4, I'd probably be $4 to death because I'd probably do it over and over. It's like a Bulinox tip. Is that what you're saying? It's kind of like a little tip. Give them a $4 to go in on the news play or whatever. Nice. Oh goodness. Hmm. I didn't buy any, so I couldn't. I didn't do it. All right, we failed to move back down. So is this finally, finally get that move up? Holy goodness! If we can finally push through this 55, 56 area, we should move up. Next level is up there around the 60s. Yeah, that kind of sucks when, you almost have to trade those evals a little aggressive. So it looks like we're finally starting to push that 56. I almost feel like just jumping in with one. Oh, what was that? Oh, I think I heard somebody say we have a Fed speaker. So he might have said something. He might have moved slowly to the left or right. You never know whenever Feds are speaking. It always kind of messes with our market a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm almost $1,200 up on my funded 250K Trader G. It almost makes me nervous to jump in, just the fact that I know there's a Fed speaker, so I know it could do anything to the market here. I've always personally thought this was a bad week to trade. I have never had really any good experience from trading the whenever that first week of market flip. So before I started streaming, I wouldn't even trade this week because I just have never had any luck with it. So I've just stayed away from it anytime that contracts flip. We may try to take one micro trade here just to see what happens. Like I said, guys, one micro, so not a lot of risk on the table. I like to see us push through that 10. I'm waiting for us to push that 10 first. Woo, we found support at that 10. This is why I was trying to be a little patient. I know, man. I want this crap to go up to the 50s and 70s, man. This is what I'm looking for. I like that we're pushing above that 10. That's been kind of the wall. So we're going to take a stab at this just to see. And we will put this about right below that candle just because of. Wow, this thing's going to come back and get us. Not really sure how much room I need to give it. Don't do a tight stop loss. I mean, I really don't have to just because we're in one eval. So we'll give it a little bit more space then. Just for you, Trader G. Let's see if we are going to break this. See how we just pushed it almost to the top of this 15-minute range. Oh no, you're good, man. I'm just messing. I can mess around a little bit on one micro on a eval. Looks like we ran into the wall. Woo, you're on a funded. I can do funded right now. Not in this area. We have just we have just had so much stoppage in this 10 area today, man. There's no way I would have gone long on a funded account here. Traders like put the boys on the table. Woo. How deep are you on your funded? The hourly chart says up. I'm gonna go back to the VWAP since we are on a 1 micro. I mean, I'm willing to risk, say, $50 or so. For me to add, I would need to see us get through this 15-minute, the top of the 15-minute. So if we can get above this 20, I'll add to my position. The reason why I put my stop loss farther down, I didn't know if we would, come back and touch this Fed wick here because I think we got a little news from that Feds. That was either the Feds or what we got from that bond auction that happened at 1. Well, hopefully you're not too deep on your funded account there, Trader G. Hopefully. We have a little bit of profit on this account that we can play with. Like I said, we're up about 3 micros. Okay, that's not too bad. We're up about $300 on this account that we're using. So we have a little bit of a risk to play with that won't hurt too bad if we do take a losing trade. So hopefully this I think trade won't get me in trouble. Come on. I think above the 20 we're going. We just need the ES to go. What is JAJA? Very true, trader. So we're finally pushing through those 10s. So we're going to use the 2-minute candle method where we bring our stop loss to the bottom of the 2-minute here from the previous candle. Oh, it means ha ha. Oh, oh shit. All right. Now we can move our candle up a little bit more. I think we can get one more printed candle. That'll put us at break even. Ooh. I don't think that's going to let us have it, guys. All right, so we're going to get stopped out this one for about a $16 loss.
Stop filled.
No love today, Angel. No love today, my friend. Angel, are you still sitting this one out? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew it was a risky trade from that 10 area because that's where we've been bouncing at all morning. That's why we just went in with the one micro. I don't know if I would have had the guts to trade my funded account. Oh, you took your trade from the 15s? Let's see. Oh, okay. I see where you're talking about the 70s, where we got a lot of support at. It was probably better than my entry because look, man, we have not moved. It's been a tough battle getting through these 10s today. I had kind of a bullish bias going on. I kept thinking maybe we would retrace those highs from this morning up at the 250s. All right, so this time we're just going to watch. We're not going to re-enter here. We already tried to enter this trade once before. Are you talking about the get in short one?
Order filled.
How about I put my stop loss? you're you're probably right on that one. That's okay. That's why we're entering on micros, my friend. Micros. I was worried to enter shorts. I know I think Trader is still Trader may still be long over there, but I'm not sure. All right, Angel. We'll hold that trade for you, my friend. Just trying to see where we have. It's okay, even if I don't make it there. Like I said, I have low risk in. We're just at this moment. We're just on one micro. So the worst I could probably lose is 30 to 40 bucks at the most if it even goes up here and stops me out at the 30s. All right, above this 15 minutes where I would definitely make me sweat a little bit. So this was kind of the highs off the ES this morning. So this is where we got our reaction at a while ago. Mm,
Order submitted. Order submitted.
a resistance on the 6. So what do you mean by 6, Angel? Is that like a time frame or? I still feel comfortable in this trade as long as we can stay below this line here. But as soon as we start pushing that line, would probably start getting nervous. It's not looking too promising for me there, Angel. Come on, we need to. Let's see if this 15-minute. We're at this 15-minute opening range. Nice long trade for anybody that's still in that long. Someone's about to put you out there. Um, the only thing I like about right there is that we do have a fair value gap. It's a little bitty gap, so maybe that's what we're filling in here. But we also have one sitting here that we could fill in right there at the 29s. Soon as it stops me out, it's probably gonna reverse on me. All right, so that's probably gonna stop me out for a $40 loss. We look pretty green on the 1 hour chart too. So we'll give it another half a tick or so. And that'll put us about 20. So this will just be a $40 loss once we take this losing trade here. Whew, making me a little nervous there. Maybe. Oh yeah. The only thing that was keeping me holding was I thought maybe we would fill in that fair value gap there at the 20 something. Even this is kind of making me nervous. I'm not sure how much farther if we still got it to push down. I feel like this is that wick bounce right here. See this little wick bounce off of here? We'd have to kind of get through that.
Order filled.
Yeah, it was slow grind up. Nice, trader. We're just on an eval. We're no funded account here. I just hope we don't struggle to get below this 10 area where we had a lot of support from earlier.
Order canceled.
Yeah, I had a tough time on that one this morning.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Come on.
Order canceled.
Nice. We're probably going to be done adding to this move just because Angel called out the 70, so that's kind of where we left our stop loss at the 70. Probably just going to go to break even and just take whatever we get. If we make it to 70, good. If not, not a big deal either, guys.
Target filled.
Good call out, Angel. That was hard for me to stay in that trade, dude. I thought it was definitely going to touch me up there. Did you move your did you move your stop loss on that one, Angel? Did you I know you said it came close to getting you. You're going to let more? No, awesome. No, I was able to add 5 contracts twice on that move. So once we got going in the right direction, I added 5 contracts, sold 5 contracts. Then it kept going. We added 5 more contracts, sold 5 more contracts. So we were able to do it twice in that move. So that worked out nice. Thank you for the call out there, Angel. And we were able to get in that trade with only risking 40, 50 bucks at the most because we entered with 1 micro. All right, so we're sitting at $440 up on the Bulinox eval there. Trader, how much profit did you get on your funded account on that move higher earlier? All right, guys. 2 o'clock was gonna be the time I was getting off. My wife's off work today, so we're gonna go hang out with her for a little bit. Definitely like to thank everybody for hanging out, giving some insights on the market, and thank you, Angel, for your good call out there on the 15th, or your low or short going up to the 202. So we did finish I want to say negative on our Apex eval today, but we finished positive on our funded account. At the end of the day, all I really care about is finishing positive on our funded accounts. So, and we will no see you guys Thursday because we won't be trading tomorrow. I have something I have to do tomorrow morning. If the market wasn't closed, I'd probably trade, but since our market's going to be closed tomorrow and I'm not really sure what the volume's going to be like, but if you are still wanting to trade tomorrow, the market will be open till the futures market will be open till noon tomorrow. Tomorrow is a federal holiday. You too, Angel. Thank you, sir. As always, thank you for your nice call outs. Where's my thing at? All right, we will see you guys Thursday morning.